All right, the meeting will come to order. This is the, welcome to the September meeting of the Teaching and Learning Committee, formerly called Curriculum and Instruction. Still dealing with the same things, but we think the name Teaching and Learning is a little bit more modern. So welcome, everyone. We have a room full of wonderful staff here tonight, so we are anxious to hear all the things that you have to share with us. Has the meeting been posted, Stacy?
Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. And could we please have a motion to approve the minutes of last meeting?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Second from Karen Reinacek. Okay, all those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Mr. Cook will not be with us tonight. Student Services, and he's excused. Okay, we're excited for the first item on our agenda this evening, Bright Lights. First day of school, 2016-2017. Who's going to have the joy of sharing that with us?
Stacy's going to provide that for us this evening. So normally, just to get everybody up to speed, our Bright Lights is really a highlight of student celebrations. And so although we don't have the actual students here with us tonight, as we normally would, we have them via video. So we'd like to just do
Great.
show you some first week celebrations that happened around the school district of Waukesha.
Great. Jody, that was great. Who did that? That's fabulous.
Special thank you to Mary Jo King, who is our
Okay,
PR
of course.
communications executive assistant, for putting that together, and for all our teachers and principals for sending in the photos. It was just, I got a chance to go around to most schools on the first couple days, and it was just a pleasure to see the kids back in action, the parents excited, some crying. But but the theme around the district, which I heard, which was pretty resounding from most of the kids, is like it feels like we never left. And I heard that in multiple places around the district, which really kind of speaks to the welcoming environment that our teachers and principals have provided. And so it was just a phenomenal startup for us.
What I noticed most of all was the smiles on everyone's faces. And how do we happen to have happy students? We have happy teachers. We have a happy school district, a community that appreciates us and supports us. What could be better? We have a great school district, and it showed. Thank you. That was wonderful. And very special thanks to Mary Jo. I'll have to send her a little message. That was wonderful. Thank you very much. Boy, that gets our meeting off to a great start. Board members, I would just like to bring to your attention, I put this honeycomb, I asked Stacy to put the honeycomb, keep it in your school board drawer, so that during C&I meetings throughout the year, we may be referring to this, and so you can just pull it out and you don't have to drag it with you all the time. So keep it in your school board, or where we sit for school board, and so it'll be accessible to you when we talk about curriculum, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, our first item this evening is a presentation item, and it's on Environmental Education Consortium. Jody, will you take us into that, please?
Sure. Erica Miller is here. She's our K-12 Science and Environmental Ed Coordinator, and she will lead the presentation item along with a few special guests that she'll introduce this evening.
Hi. So I know obviously most of you from previous meetings as the K-12 Science Coordinator. This year I am taking on the role also as Environmental Ed Coordinator with Ben Hunsinger's retirement. So last May, when I found out I was going to be doing this role, and hang on, just give me 1 second, I want to get connected. I was approached to see how we could build our current environmental ed program into something bigger and better, and really take what we've done and improve it. Am I good? Okay. So I brought with me Rebecca Matano, who works for the Waukesha County, there we go, waste man, what is your official title?
I'm the solid waste supervisor, but I run the recycling program for the county.
And Dr. Joe Pyatt from Carroll University.
Welcome.
So, as most of you know, this is our 40th year of environmental education in Waukesha, and it's an amazing program. We have the facility at EB Shirts, and that all of our students go through K-8 every year as a field trip, either to EB Shirts or to Lapham Peak or to Camp Whitcomb Mesa and as our outdoor ed camp. So my goal is to take this amazingly rich history and build it and make it celebrated and known across our county. So it's not just something our students have access to, but it's something that our community has access to, something that other school districts have access to, so that we're known as this great center. Everyone knows about the Urban Ecology Center in Milwaukee, and we want everyone to know about EB Shirts as well. So the Cooperative Environmental Education Program is a way for us to do that by partnering with Carroll and the Waukesha County program. So over the last couple months, we've started to craft our vision. And you were given our charter as your attachments, and I gave you an updated version in your packets because this charter is still kind of a draft. We're kind of figuring out what we want to do. But our vision is that we want to create interdisciplinary, comprehensive environmental ed programming for the benefit of our students and the local community by effectively coordinating our program through the Waukesha School District, Waukesha County's Retzer Nature Center, and Carroll University. Many of our students and schools are going to Retzer, they're going to the planetarium, they're going to EB Shirts, but how do they connect? How do they connect to what they're doing in the classroom, to each other? We don't want to compete against each other. We want to work together to offer students the best programming that we can to benefit each other and to benefit our students. So that's our goal, is to create this program. It's part of the state standards for students to receive environmental ed programming, and we're lucky in Waukesha that we have so many facilities. So we want to open those facilities up to other Waukesha County school districts and beyond. The goals of our program are to understand and fill the gaps within our existing environmental education program. Some of our programs do really well K-5. Some of us have gaps in high school. How can we work with each other to fill those gaps? Develop comprehensive programming. Like I said before, we have field trips right now. We have students going to experience things, but how does it build from kindergarten to first grade to second grade? We also want to have more formal opportunities for PD. Right now, our only PD around environmental ed is for new teachers, so they can come to EB Shirts and say, okay, this is where the river is, I know where I'm supposed to go now. How can we promote those programs within our literacy programs, within our math programs, within our science PD, that they're embedded within what we do? That we can implement strong regional partnerships. Carroll has this amazing field station. How can we as a school district partner and utilize that, and how can we help them along the process? And finally, identify and utilize grant funding for program development expansion. EB Shirts hasn't been updated in a while, and we want to continue to make that place usable and make it better. So we need to start looking at donors and grant funding so that we can really take that place into the next century. We developed a timeline for our program that'll take us through next school year, that we want to develop our curriculum in a process that we start with kindergarten, first grade, and work our way up. We do have 9-12 development kind of overlapping because high school is kind of a different animal, and it doesn't have to necessarily build continuously. But we'll start this fall where we have a stakeholders meeting. We've invited directors of instruction from all other districts. We've invited teachers from our district, teachers from other districts, principals that could come and say, you know, if we build this, would you come? So what do they need? What do we need to do? How can we help you in your environmental education program? And then we're going to start building our curriculum. We have teachers from our district. We have teachers from our environmental ed program. We have our Carroll and our Waukesha County support members to help build really good curriculum. Activities that they do not only at the field trip, but before they're there and when they come back. So it's embedded within what they're doing. And then all the way through the fall, when we're ready to finalize our guidebook and go present to other school board districts, PTO members, people who might want to purchase the program offerings beyond what we do in our schools to promote that program. So, like I said, we're still in the draft phase. We're trying to figure out where we're going, but I wanted to make sure that you guys were updated on our ideas. So you didn't say, "Hey, I hear there's some changes going on. You're not getting rid of environmental ed." Absolutely not. We just want to take it and really update it and make it better and bigger for everybody. Any questions?
Mr. Baumgart.
You're ready for comments?
I'm ready.
Good. Well, the comment is quite simply, I'm thrilled with this concept. Periodically we've tossed terms around like the gems we have in the district, like our planetarium out there and some of the other things. And you're talking about another gem, the education program we've had on the environment. And I like your comment about it needs a little bit of attention. Time to polish this stone up a little bit. But I think the fact that you have identified the possibility of a strong partnerships with a couple other agencies is very important and very positive. We've already got great partnerships with Carroll University in our AVID program and some of the things we do with STEM and some of those kind of things. So that's very positive, and it's high time. We did some recycling partnerships along the way, but we could do more. So, Erica, your thought to get on with this is very, very positive, and it's so timely that we start thinking more and more and more about the environment. It's there. It's maybe been abused or misused along the way, and I don't mean our program. I'm talking about the environment itself. And it's high time that we re-emphasize the need to get that environment in condition. So
We really want to create environmental stewards of our citizens.
Excellent.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's right. Well, Ms. Benchik.
Thank you. Do any other districts utilize the EB shirts or Retzer?
Yes, currently we have a couple elementary classes from Muskego, and one elementary class and a couple high school classes from New Berlin, as well as some of our parochial schools here in Waukesha. So it's pretty limited right now, but we know the interest is there.
And then we used to go over by the sports complex, kind of behind Saratoga, to the recycling plant for tours, and then that switched over to more of a county-wide. How are we touring or learning about recycling now?
So now the county actually sold the building that was located in the city of Waukesha, and for economical reasons and sustainability reasons that way, we had partnered with the city of Milwaukee and we moved the recycling facility down to a building there and rebuilt that. So the tours can still happen for grades 5 and above there, but what we're doing in the interim is we are actually working with Retzer Nature Center and we're remodeling that space. We're going to have a recycling and water exhibit space in addition to their ecology spaces. So we're incorporating more of our recycling education with the general departmental and countywide environmental education. So we're hoping that that provides yet more increased opportunity to bring the comprehensive nature of the ecology, water, recycling, natural resources together through this process and through that project.
And just a comment, one day I was outside talking with Joe, and he goes up to the Boundary Waters to camp, and my son had gone, and he said, you know, there's not a lot of people who go camping like they used to. And when the kids aren't in that environment, then they don't know of the jobs that are out there, DNR, all sorts of things beyond that. But yeah, the more technology we have, the less and less kids are getting outside. So that's really important. So thank you.
Yes, go right ahead.
Something came to my mind in here. We also introduced some programs in high school level in a curriculum in water. Is this going to be?
We plan to work closely with the environmental science program, the courses they're running at North and South this year, to
Okay.
see how those courses can fit in, as well as biology and AP biology, because they all have
environmental,
curriculum
yeah.
that goes with environmental ed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McCaffrey?
Just to follow up with Bill, we also have the hydroponic stuff at West.
At West.
Yes. Yep, and we've already talked with Joe Jenna
Okay.
to see how those can connect as well.
Okay, and then what is the scope of involvement that Carol will have? I mean, I've been to the Carol's stations with Dr. Pyatt, actually.
That's
right. Yep, and they're fantastic, and it would be great to, have a partnership, because I'm definitely in favor of any partnership that we have with Carol. I think it's a great institution, and we work together well. But I was just wondering how, what involvement is Carol going to have in both the planning and the implementation?
Well, we'd like to integrate our space with the existing, have our space be complementary to EB Shirts, Retzer Nature Center. So we're just bringing this facility literally online now. And so besides just having acreage out in Genesee Depot, we actually have physical space. It's quite nice. And so I think our niche, or where we see the void, is also in some advanced programming for the 9 through 12 students. I
Yes.
think
Yes.
school district does a nice job in sort of that K through 8 especially, but we see some advanced opportunities at the 9 through 12 that would also benefit Carroll as well. So, especially in my area of water, so I'd like to see that one go forth as well. But yeah, I think that's where we see our rely on their expertise in terms of standards to help us work with teachers in terms of some of the high school programming.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you for saying that, Dr. Pyatt. I am particularly excited that our 9 to 12 will have more emphasis, because they'll be leaving our school district and going out into the real world, and we want people to go out into the real world, educated about our environment. So I'm excited about that.
Thanks. If I could add one more thing. The other thing we
Sure.
talked about was professional development for the Waukesha School District teachers or others as well. I know with our education program, we talked about certificates for different areas, whether it be reading or special ed. We could also think of offering some programming for professional development for teachers as well.
Erica, what are we doing right now in high school?
Nothing official.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's
So
more
that-
of a,
that-
if you can get your students there, we'll do something with you.
Sure, sure.
But nothing official on the books.
Nothing official, but this will make something official between,
That's our hope, yeah.
yeah, that would, oh, that's just wonderful. I'm excited about that. And I know that we're kind of unique in Waukesha County in having this program, and other school districts do come in, so it's really been a very, very strong part of our curriculum in Waukesha for a long, long time. So it's great. I'm excited. Very ambitious to get all this work done in, according to your timeline. And best wishes, and if there's anything we can do to support you, please let us know, but you've got your work cut out for you.
Thank you.
So, any other comments or questions?
Erica,
Okay.
what would you say your biggest challenge is moving forward?
Can I say money?
Sure.
Sure.
Money.
Because that's usually the
Yeah,
answer.
it's really, and we need grants and we need money to help update what we have.
Yep, money's always. Now, did I hear that we have a grant and we're going to be looking for more grants?
No, we don't have anything now, but we're going to start the process of applying for and writing grants.
Great, because, people say, well, there is money out there. Well, let's go for it.
Yep.
But I know it's a time-consuming process to, write grants, but good luck to you.
She
And-
looks
and
eager.
Thank you for being with us this evening, to your special guests. We really appreciate your support and cooperation in making our environmental education program even stronger than it's ever been before, because it's a great source of pride for our district. Thank you.
Having us.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward, the next item on our agenda is an action item in approval of the 2016-2017 overnight trip request, one of our favorite activities. Jody, you want to take us into that, please?
Sure. Just as a recap, again, we'll continue to bring these overnight field trip requests as they come into our office. Of the 5 listed before you, 4 of the 5 are repeated requests. So those of you that have been on the board, those shouldn't be newer to you. The first one listed, the South National Honor Society, would be the newer one. The other ones are just from sports teams, our bands, and then the Camp Whitcomb Mason. But the materials should be in your packet, and I guess if you have any questions, let me know.
Anybody have any questions? Mr. Baumgart?
It's not really a question, but it needs bringing up every time we have one of these that's going overseas like this, and that
Yeah.
is, as we get closer to that situation of going over there, we need to review the environment that's going on in those countries. So, that's become more of a concern than it used to be, but, we need to, as a board and as administration, we need to be very careful. We don't send our children into anything hazardous. So it's just a matter of bringing it back, reviewing it when you get closer. I know at this point, you got to
Absolutely.
get started so you can start raising some money, but.
Right. Appreciate you bringing that up, Bill.
Certainly, the cost for the National Honor Society going to Europe is pretty pricey, so the kids are going to have to work really, really hard at fundraising to meet that goal. I just can't get over how expensive it is to do that. Never was so expensive before, but anyway, we do make this trip possible, and we help those that really need some help. Ms. Ranachek?
Thank you. Yes, but it is expensive, but one of the things I noticed was there's more incentives to earn that money than I've ever seen on any other trip. Those are a lot of great ideas.
And they need it. They need it for this trip, so you're right. What is that, I just have one question, Jody. In this first trip to Europe, what does it mean, Team Snap, Flip, Give? What is that? I don't know what that means.
What, could you show me where you're
Number
referring?
4, it's on, I think the second, third to the last
Towards the
page.
back, yeah.
Team Snap Flip Give. Without going on Siri, I have no clue what that is. It's a fundraising
It's a
opportunity.
fundraising thing, but I just had no idea what that meant. and-
Snap, Flip, Give, anybody, it's a marketing URL, so it has something to do with a team newsletter around a marketing campaign, I believe, to help earn money.
Okay.
It's an app, thank you. It's an app.
Yeah.
It's a what?
Yeah, it's,
Melissa Yao says it's an app.
Snap is
App?
it's a newsletter. It's, you can,
Okay.
you create a team in there. It's usually used for athletic programs, though. And
Help
then
raise
you
money.
can set up games, availability for games and availability for this and that. So I don't know why we're
Fine.
doing here.
Fine. Any questions then on any of these trips? So we've got, let's see, National Honor Society going to Greece, Italy, and Spain, and we've got the boys cross country participating in competition at Wisconsin Rapids. Waukesha North Star Marching Band going to River Falls for a music competition, and Camp Whitcomb Mason for middle school. And finally, Waukesha North going to Bands of America competition in St. Louis. So, very good trips, all very well reported and explained. So, it's an action item, so therefore we'll need a motion from the board. Could I please have a motion to approve this?
I move approval of the presented 2016-17 overnight trip requests.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the, present the 2016-2017 overnight trip requests submitted so far. Any questions, discussion, anything further? Okay, all those in favor, respond by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, 5-0, Stacy, thank you. Okay, the next item is, we have 4 information items, and the first one is the Dual Enrollment Academy update. Jody, would you take us into that?
On button. I'd like to introduce Amy Lang,
Yep,
who is
hi,
our
Amy.
CTE coordinator. She's going to provide us information this evening about our Dual Enrollment Academy, which is our partnership with WCTC, and provides some really great success stories this evening around our Waukesha students. So Amy, thank you for being here tonight.
Sure, thanks for having me. I don't know how much of it that you are aware of, but this is something, we're in our 4th year of part of the Dual Enrollment Academy. It happened very quickly. One spring, I want to say about March, where WCTC came to us and to Elmbrook and said, how would you like to try this program? Oh, thank you. And can we get kids enrolled? And we had businesses working with us, one business in particular, and it took off. Fastest thing I've ever seen done in education, which was very exciting. But anyway, this is an opportunity for students who are seniors to spend the majority of their day at WCTC in a specific program. So they have certain programs set up for this. Students are taking 20 to 25 WCTC credits and out there, and then they are taking courses that they need to complete their graduation requirements here. So in most cases, they're taking 2 classes, probably their senior English, and then econ. They take as a senior, I believe. Sometimes they need a math class, so they may do some things through eAchieve as well. And then they spend, again, the majority of their day at WCTC in something that, in this program that really is building a career for them and coming out of WCTC not only with their high school diploma, but with credentials as well. So just to give you an example of just very quickly going through our 4 years, that we've had at our first year, we started with 9 students from Waukesha, 8 were in the tool and die and CNC program, and 1 was in the IT program. And they were getting a certificate, was about the only thing that they offered. The student in IT was able to take some industry tests and earn industry certification. The next year, we had 11 students again, 8 in tool and die and CNC, 2 in welding fabrication, and 1 in the printing and publishing program. There they had more opportunities for these certificates as well as some industry certifications. So students may have done all or part of the items that are available in terms of workforce certificates, the WCTC certificate, and the machine tool operator certificate. NIMS, the National Institute for Metalworking, is an industry certification, which helps them once they apply for other jobs that an employer knows that they have the skills that are needed to pass that test. Last year, we had 13 students, 5 in the tool and die CNC. They then changed it where now, instead of just a technical certificate, they're getting a technical diploma, which gets them more from the technical school level. And so they upped that in the program for the 3rd year. Also then again, some industry certifications. A lot of it is the same. They've tried different programs in different years. And so we've had some in most of the programs that were available. Oh, it told me I went on. I chose, let's see. There we go. Baking and pastry was new this last year, and now this year we have 10 students. They have a new program again in hospitality specialist. We still have students in welding and metal fabrication. We have 3 students in a new program. It actually was offered the first year, and then they took it off and now have brought back the IT service desk support program. In the packet that you were given, I had brochures printed up from WCTC that explained what certificates they could get, as well as how many WCTC credits they could get. And then because they're doing that, they count as electives for us. So students who are taking those WCTC credits get a quarter credit for every credit out there. So 20 credits at WCTC equals 5 School District of Waukesha credits. So it counts as electives towards their graduation. As part of it also, often students will get a job in that area or in that field. They have the opportunity, they can if they want. If they want to concentrate more on their schoolwork, they do not have to get a job, but then they're enrolled in the Youth Apprentice program through which we actually get credit for, but that they're doing it through the program. Some of the highlights is that we've had Governor Walker there, DPI Secretary Tony Evers, Department of Workforce Development, Reggie Newsom, who has all been part of this, and they're trying to get this to go statewide as well. We are featured on the Wisconsin Fast Forward website, and that's a video also, but I'm gonna show you the one news video that kind of explains the program and interviews our students. Will I get sound? Okay. Yeah.
As a teacher at Falk and Crestwood Elementary Schools in Madison, Miss Katie Greenwald dedicated her life to educating and molding.
I'm sorry, that's not it. And it says your video will resume in 157 seconds. And I don't want to make you wait for 157 seconds. Oh, here we go. Let's try this. Come on. No, it's a video. But I don't know why it gave me that other one.
New at 10 today.
Here we go. Only 7 seconds.
Be in dire need for as our baby boomers continue to retire. More skilled workers. The school district of Waukesha is helping students get a head start in those fields through a dual enrollment program. 18-year-old Wade Shankman has a leg up from the rest of his class.
I like working with my hands. I can never sit behind a desk. It's something I truly enjoy.
He studied at Waukesha County Technical College every day his senior year to earn his one-year technical diploma. He learned from seasoned welders in his future field.
It's not just overnight that this happens. You actually have to put your effort in.
Wade started his career path before he even graduated, working for a Waukesha
Security there. It's a well-paying job that if I need to, I can go out on my own. I can go be my own person.
The program also recruits ladies like Kayla Ellis. Kayla is not only walking out of Waukesha North with a diploma, but a job with a Waukesha company that makes heat equipment, getting her closer to becoming an engineer.
And it's not just for guys to do, women can do it too.
Counselor Jill Werner. This program and the safety facility at their schools has helped prepare the class of 2016 to be as successful as they can be in any career path they choose.
They may have that they college, get a whole full year of college paid for.
A total of 16 Waukesha students graduated this year with their technical diploma through this dual enrollment program. Good luck to all of them.
So yeah, it provides a great opportunity. I wanted to just mention quickly, I've got up there about the Fast Forward grant. Up until this point, the first 3 years has been paid for by the Fast Forward grant.
The doctor is in on the Morning Blend, transforming your health.
Yeah, that's pretty much all.
Am I in? Department of Workforce Development had a Fast Forward grant, and they have paid full tuition prices for the students, along with support from different businesses in Waukesha County that help support it as well. Now going into the 4th year, they're paying for the new programs, but not the ones that have been in existence. And so, again, we have a reduced cost, but the district is paying a cost of $3,250, I believe, for students in welding and metal fabrication. So right now, we still get 6 students that are being funded through the grant, 4 students that we're paying for, but it actually is quite a reduced amount than if students were to take this through youth options or course options, which we would have to pay as well. So we get it cheaper this way. And again, there's subsidies from businesses in addition. The main thing that we look for as we look at our students is really not just, it's not an exploration type of thing. We're really looking for students who will be successful, but looking for students who are passionate about a career area in these fields, because it is so much in the field, and it's very focused, and it gives them a great opportunity, again, for a job or for additional schooling. One of the handouts that I gave you talked about the number of students that enroll in WCTC after they graduate from high school, in addition to the number of students who have job placement. And there's a little disclaimer at the end that also talks about that in this past year, more students were coming back to WCTC to get their associate degree than who kept the job. They could have 100% placement, but a lot of kids are choosing to go on to WCTC to finish the program. Now, this is all of Waukesha County for their total students. This is not just our school district numbers on that sheet. But I do have just a couple success stories that I would like to share with you as well. 5 of the students over the last 2 years that have gone there also earned the Technical Excellence Scholarship, which is something new from the state. It's similar to when the valedictorians get paid tuition. This is for students from each high school that are chosen to attend a technical college, and they get full tuition paid for 2 years, I believe. And is it $17.50? I would have to look at the amount, I'm sorry. But it's basically their tuition is paid. And so students who have started, then they are helped through this Technical Excellence Scholarship. Continuation, I already talked about, but some other success stories that we had. This is from a counselor that was talking about a student. She was cautious when she started because she is more into graphic design and not printing, but the maturity I heard out of her today was amazing. She even talked about being a freshman and thinking she would never go to a technical college because she was too good for that. Now she plans on having WCTC and the corporations pay for her associate degree, hire her, and then have them help her through her bachelor's degree as well, which is a great way to get to a career if you can get your employer to help you pay for that. There's one student who already had a job after graduation through the Tool and Die Dual Enrollment Program. There's one student who passed the program, did not earn the industry certificate or was short on the technical diploma because he got a C- instead of a C, but got the job of his dreams at Metal Era here in Waukesha. So he was a success story. There were one student who was part of the printing program who won first place at a national, it's called the Phoenix Challenge competition that WCTC took students to. There were 18 teams from Canada and the US. Most of these teams have been participating yearly since this challenge was started more than a decade ago. It's a big deal in the graphics community, and one of our students from North High School, as still a high school student, took first place. So the learning that they're getting is incredible. One note from a parent who said his mom and I are overjoyed at our young son's recent employment and his recent achievement. This young man almost did not graduate from high school. In fact, I think had to take one class after his senior year and almost didn't make it through this program, but did. As most of you know, our son went to school to learn the tool and die trade. He was recently employed by Exact Wire EDM as a machinist. Please see the attached letter that Exact Wire awarded him today, earning the Outstanding Performance Commendation. So this student who was not succeeding in high school now is the Outstanding Employee of the Month or something like that. And then finally, a note from a student. Last August, I remember meeting all these people. I was nervous to walk in, not knowing anybody. I felt extremely judged being one of only 2 girls. I had no clue what was in store for me, but it turned out to be amazing. Each month we grew a little closer, going from complete strangers to some of the best of friends. This past year, being surrounded by these people, I've changed so much. Not only did I learn skills that will help me create a career for myself, but I also discovered more of who I am. I've grown so much as a person this year, I can't imagine how my life would be different if I had just stuck with my normal senior year, and I'm so glad I didn't. I feel so lucky to have been a part of this amazing group and program, and indefinitely going to miss everyone. Today we had our graduation, probably the last time we'll all be in the same place at the same time, but instead of thinking about the loss of great friends, I want to think about what great futures we'll all have and how grateful I am to have met them. And there's other stories like that, but again, for the right student, it has been an excellent opportunity.
Oh, Amy, that is just awesome. That just absolutely makes my day.
Good.
We speak so often about, I know in our family too, college, but everybody in our family was not slated for college. But, there weren't opportunities at their high school to do something like this.
Right.
And this is so wonderful for kids that can find their way and realize success in this new path.
Yes.
I'm so impressed.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
We're
I
very
am so-
fortunate to
We are.
have WCTC in our backyard.
Yes, we are, and just another reason why the school district of Waukesha is so great. Mm-hmm. We need to keep telling the story. Ms. Ryanachek.
Thank you. 2 things, Amy. Are we the first district to have a partnership like this in the state?
This is the first program in the state through this, and it started, Waukesha and Elmbrook were tapped to go first, but it is open to all schools in the county.
Okay. And then how and when is this presented to students?
Through their course selection process. And so as counselors work with them and talk about options that they have for different years, this is part of their presentation that counselors give. I also have gone into the high school classes where these programs, where we would typically have students who are taking classes that would prepare them for this. What I like to see is that these are kids who have exhausted all of their opportunities with us, and then this is their next step. So I've gone into those classes where they would lead up to this program and talk to students about the opportunity as well.
So is that like a junior year?
And I've even talked to sophomores, just as you kind of lay out that career path, to let them know that it's available.
So is this just for their senior year? Or?
Correct.
Correct, okay, okay. Anybody have anything? Yes, Mr. Baumgart.
Yeah, those of us that visit with Todd periodically know that one of his driving points is to provide as many different options to our students as possible, and I think this is just another excellent, excellent example of an option that's available, and I'm glad you used the word for those students that it's appropriate for. I'm glad you put that in there, because, again, we're trying to serve as many different kind of students as are out there, and there's a lot of them. And this is an opportunity for them, and it's not going to be right for everybody, but it's certainly right for some of them, as you pointed out.
Yes.
And it's part of what makes us good. We're looking out for everybody.
That's right.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add that, in this part of the country, which started out as, industrial, highly industrial, we've lost a lot of industry, and it excites me to see that we still have jobs available in industry like we used to. Not as many, but they still exist, and we have training for these jobs, which we didn't have before. It used to be on-the-job training, but now the kids are coming in, and it's just so much of an advantage for the employer.
Absolutely, and businesses here are clamoring for that and really want to get to students to make them aware of the industry. So we, again, are very fortunate to have great relationships with local employers, in addition to WCTC and the Waukesha County Business Alliance. And we've kind of come together the last few years to all work together, and we've had great success.
I'm wondering if when we hold graduation and have that program, that you hand out, that maybe a star or something could be put by the names of those students that have completed this program, because this is really special.
Okay, I
I'd like
can
to
check
call
into that.
attention to that.
Okay.
That would be great, because I don't think the whole community knows about this, and this is outstanding. Oh, Amy, thank you. This is
Welcome.
wonderful. Mr. McCaffrey.
How does this impact the student, say that if they want to go for the associate's degree in welding? Does this give them a jump start on the students who have not been in this program, or does it still take 2 years to complete the associate's?
No, they're coming out with almost a full year ahead. So most of the students can finish up their 2-year associate degree in a year, maybe a year and a half, but I think they've kind of finagled it or got it to work that most kids can get done in that year, or just a year plus a little bit.
Okay, excellent.
Excellent. Okay, any other comments or questions? Mr. Dietz.
The eligibility requirements, I mean, they do have size limitations also. They do have to have a minimum of a 2.0 grade point. And then if there are more students, then they have spaces available. They have an interview process that they go through where WCTC brings in employers also and makes it almost like a job interview type of thing.
What a good
But
experience.
if they have the grade point, everyone is eligible.
Right. And do you ever have existing students come back to talk to seniors about the program?
We've tried a little bit, but their schedules out there are so busy between that schedule and their high school schedule. It's kind of hard to track them down or get them here, but we have done some video things too.
Awesome. Very good. Thank you.
Amy, when was that featured on television?
It was on WTMJ in June.
In June?
June
Okay, just
5th or
recently.
6th, I think, yes.
Great. Great. Well, what an answer to a great need. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving forward, course updates for Waukesha Academy for Health Professionals. Will you take us into that?
Yep, Amy Lang's going to stay with us, and we're also going to have Steve Fisher, who is administrator at Waukesha South High School in charge of both academies here this evening. So thanks,
Welcome,
Steve,
Mr.
for
Fisher.
joining us.
So we wanted just to make you aware, in working with our governance board as part of the Health Academy, looking at the courses that we offer, and we're always looking at curriculum and courses, and again, trying to fit the needs of students. And one of the things that the board had made it very clear, we had courses, and looking at the names, we had an Academy 2 and an Academy 4. So there were certain courses that students took in health occupations all 4 years. But there was an Academy 2 and 4, but not a 1 and a 3, and they had separate names. And so we had several parents who said, can we have some consistency in the names? Talked about what's Health Academy 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. But we didn't want to just call it that, because on the transcripts, if you're going out to college and you have Health Academy 1, 2, 3, 4, it did not really give an indication of what students were doing in that class. So one of the things that we are changing for this year is what was previously Health Career Exploration, was the name of it, is now called Health Academy 1 Careers. And so they are doing career exploration in all different types of health career fields. That course is transcripted with WCTC and will continue to be so. That was really just a name change. Health Occupations Academy 2, we're still calling that Health Academy 2, but now that's Care Concepts. So in the health occupations classes, they're integrating with their science and Project Lead the Way colleagues, but doing more where the science teachers are looking at it from the science aspect, the health occupations teachers are looking at it from the caregiver aspect. And then what are the concepts behind a disease or whatever, if someone has it, and what does it look like from that caregiver concept or perspective. So we have Health Academy 2. Health Academy 3, we've broken down into 2 parts. Medical terminology is part of that, and that remains the same, and that is transcripted credit also, but because that was so specific, we wanted to leave that name in there, but we just added the Health Academy 3B part in there. Health Academy 3A, Professionalism in Healthcare, I'm going to talk about more in just a moment. That's a combination of 2 classes. And then Health Academy 4 is really more, it's the application of skills. So students are performing skills. It's a skills-based course, again, looking at it from the caregiver's perspective. So we left that Health Academy 4 and just added the care skills part of it afterwards.
Do they go off campus for that, care skills?
No, those are all in-house. Health
okay.
Academy 4, no, that's not transcripted. The Health Academy 1 is transcripted. The Health Academy 3A, Professionalism in Healthcare, and Health Academy 3B are all transcripted credit taught by our teachers, but they get WCTC credit for it, yes. Now, with the professionalism in healthcare, due to, again, meeting the needs of students, we had many students who, there are a lot of requirements in the Health Academy, and students who wanted to, still take courses to become aware of, but also to be able to fit band and world language and AP courses in. So we saw an effort to be able to combine what previously was called customer service in healthcare, which was a Health Academy requirement, along with leadership in healthcare, which was a Health Academy requirement. So we've taken those 2 classes and combined them into 1 semester, now calling it Professionalism in Healthcare. And what we're doing in there is we're having team teachers. There's a business teacher teaching the leadership. He has students, a section of students, some academy students, some non-academy. We have a section of what was previously customer service, so the family consumer science teacher has a section of students. So we're bringing these together for like a cross-curricular opportunity. Team teaching by these teachers allows for a lot of purposeful grouping in that students can do application through the healthcare field in different groups and meet the needs of both curriculums by working together like that. And that course will still be transcripted credit. Someone from the School of Nursing at WCTC sits on our governance board and gave us the A-OK, and that will still be a transcripted credit with just this blended class that we're now offering. Did I cover everything, or did you want to add anything?
She's wonderful.
Yes,
She does a great job.
Yes, she is. She's into so many things. Amy, those kids that are in the Health Academy, they have to take certain requirements for graduation, don't they? Like English or
Yes.
history? Everything? You know, math? Do they have to take as many credits in math? And
Yes, their requirements for the same as a student that's not in the academy for graduation, they still have those same core academic requirements.
wow, that's pretty heavy for these kids, isn't it? Wow.
If they want to go into the healthcare field, they need to be ready for it.
You
so-
admit them as freshmen, or
Yes.
okay, all kids go in their freshman year, or they don't get in?
We're just starting to take a look at allowing students who don't come in as freshmen
Okay.
into the academy. We just started doing that last year. That process begins in December.
Okay.
Where we have an open house and an application period, and we take
Okay.
a look at those kids. The kids that are coming in, we had a couple that were juniors that came in and said, yeah, we're willing to do everything that we need to do to come in, and we're trying to take a look at a proficiency-based approach as well, where kids can get through the material at a little quicker pace and allow them to go into a field that they're really passionate about, because not everyone's ready going into their freshman year to know if they
Right.
want to go into the health field or not.
So I would assume you'd go to the middle schools and talk this up so that kids know they have to sign up before they get to high school, right? Okay.
That's a relationship we're continuing to build, particularly with STEM and Horning, which are our main feeders, and we'll be making an effort to get down there and meet with Jim and now Bob Blessington at Horning. And then we also have a big open house night at Waukesha South where we bring people in as part of a bigger project.
It would appear that since this is, the Health Academy is only at South, right?
Correct.
So if I'm a West student or a North student, I still can get into your program, but I go to high school at South?
Correct.
Okay. How many students do you have in the academy?
I would say about 278 to 290.
Wow, and how many of those students go into health professions after graduation?
We just did a survey on that
That's
last year to
great.
get a feel on it, and 100% of the students
Really?
that graduated from our class last year were going into some form of the medical profession. Some, might have been more the business side.
Sure, but
Some
whatever.
are going right into RA. Some are, working right now.
What an excellent, excellent opportunity. Wow. Good news. Any questions or comments? Okay.
Sure, I'll just, thank you. I was just gonna share, so my daughter went into that,
Did she?
the Health Academy as freshman year, and she just completed her CNA course this summer. So she's a junior now, and she's looking for a job as a CNA while she's in high school. And, the things that she learned out, just taking care of the elderly and the assisted living home, that they got to actually use what they learned in that CNA course and the last 2 weeks. It was,
Wow.
touching, some of the stories that she came home and told, but
So you say she got her CNA certification by being in this program in high school?
well, she's in the Health Academy.
Yes.
But then this summer, she got a chance to go to WCTC. Was it like a cap of 60 or even less?
Some 40,
40.
and that's countywide.
Wow.
But Waukesha got 20 of the 40 spots, so we had good
Wow.
representation.
Do we have interest from students in other school districts to come here and participate in our academy?
This year's freshman class, I believe, for the Health Academy had 5 or 6 students outside the district
Really?
open enroll to the district.
Great. Well, that's just wonderful. Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you, and thank you so much for all you are doing for our kids. This is wonderful. I know it's a great program, and when you say 100% do something in health professions, that's really a testimony to how outstanding it is. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you.
us.
Okay, next we have Secondary Literacy and Math Institute upstate.
So, yeah.
Hey, do you go to sleep at night? Do you get home? When do you go home? Do you stay at South?
Is overrated.
So Erica Miller is back up at the table, Amy Lang, and then a new face tonight, but not a new face to the district, Dan Paczynski, who's our math coordinator. So these three, in conjunction with a highly collaborative team, planned our 3-day literacy institute, which was phenomenal. And they're going to take you through those 3 days and just give you some highlights of that from the secondary level before the elementary comes up.
Great.
So this is our 3rd year of having the Learning in the Summer for teachers. And we're calling this the Summer Institute 2016-17 the best year yet, because the feedback we got from teachers, and this quote sums it up, is that I think this is one of the most valuable and productive professional development sessions I have ever attended. And that's a direct quote from one of our teachers. Some of the feedback we've gotten from previous years is the teachers are really hoping that the offerings we give are more applicable to their content areas, and that we could give them more choice. So when we built this professional learning, we took that comment to heart, and we were able to create sessions given by our teachers and administrators to our teachers and administrators. We had 3 days of pretty intense learning for our teachers. It started off in the buildings, and then everyone came over to West High School for learning. We had 175 presenters, if you include all of the teachers and administrators. So that's a huge portion of our staff, and over 120 choices for teachers to pick from in terms of sessions that they came from, which was one of the biggest pieces of feedback we got from our teachers. That there was a great balance, and I'm trying to read that, but it's not coming up, a great balance of both school goals, district goals, and then personal goals, that they could have sessions that kind of connected to all 3 of those.
Throughout the Institute, we had over 600 secondary learners, whether it be teachers or administrators or coordinators like myself, because we all attended sessions or presented at them. Great success. One of the things that we want to keep hitting home is that the learning there were excellent choices. It was relevant to the content that teachers taught, and it brought a lot of practical application to what they wanted to see. And you can see the quote in the upper right-hand corner. I know many of you had the opportunity to come and visit and see the learning firsthand, but if you didn't, here's some pictures and a little video that looking at all those images, one of the things we like to do is reflect on how it went. Did we meet our goals? Did we satisfy our teachers' needs to want to get better? To want to improve as instructors. And so we always give an opportunity for them to take a survey and get some feedback from them. So we asked them if they agreed or disagreed, highly agree or disagree in that sort of area. This is one statement that we pulled up. The Institute introduced me to new strategies that were applicable to my content area. Once again, focusing on the feedback we got from last year, where some content areas, in particular elementary specialists, felt that their needs were kind of ignored. So we came back to it and we asked the same question this year, and over 91.6% either agreed or highly agreed that they're going to be able to take what they learned back and put it into their content areas. So we felt that was real successful. We met one of our goals.
Part of what we did was have time for teachers to attend sessions and learn, and then part of their time was to work with their Corsa-like colleagues to put that learning into action or into planning. So one of the things that we asked was I walked away with a lesson plan that I will use in the first month of school, and again, 91.7 either strongly agreed or agreed. What we asked them to do was put together a lesson plan using some of the high leverage strategies that were presented, and to put together something that they would be using in the first 2 weeks or first month of school. And so they were able to do that. A lot of the feedback that we got was that they were appreciative of that time to work with their colleagues, that they could do some actual planning and not just learning, because then you learn it and it goes away if you don't put it into practice. So they had that opportunity to do that as well. One of the things that we did is worked with principals as they went through the sale process this summer, was working with them to find out what high leverage strategies they would be focusing on in their building and as part of their school goal. And so we had sessions that were allocated to that. We had principals who on the first morning when they met with their staff say, you know, this is what we're working on, or these are our priorities for our building. These are the sessions that are set up that would match that or that would work for you to help you in our building. We will do the same thing again next year. We'll take the feedback that we got from teachers. We will work with principals as they look at what their goals are for next year, what high leverage strategies that they want to work on for next year, and then we will have sessions that apply to those things.
Great. And I had the opportunity to visit several of the sessions that was going on over at West there, and it was dynamic. Two things. One is I have a connection with a teacher in another state who, the week before they started class, attended some of their sessions, and it was like, boring. Why do we bother with this? You know, people that have been around a long time must really be sleepy. But anyway, compare that with what I saw and visited the halls of West High School. Was that 2 weeks ago now? Yeah. You know, voluntarily, people would some of the same things you talked about. The options we had to choose from, 20 options or whatever it was. So it was a classic example of personalized learning for the teachers. The energy. I sat in dance class for a little while. I don't know if I learned anything or not. But you watched the group, and that was a big group, Dan, very big group. And a lot of energy, a lot of participation and collaboration with people on at the table around them. And as you know, throughout the period of time I was there, I saw nothing but energy and appreciation for what we were doing for our teachers, both new and old. And by the way, I cover the whole spectrum. So we're doing something right again.
Yeah.
And it's just wonderful to see that, and to realize people are appreciating what we're doing in the area of professional development, which in some districts, in fact, I've heard that from some of that same group of people. Mm-hmm. Not in my previous district. You know, they just didn't get it. So thank you.
It's no wonder people want to teach in Waukesha. Anything else? Friendship.
Thank you. Dan, can you go back to that 91.7%? I forgot the question, but the little sliver that didn't agree with, oh no, it must have been the one before that. Can you go back to the one before that?
See if I can navigate there. Hold on one moment.
I thought it said that something that this pertained to my area of expertise, applicable to my content area. Was there, so that little sliver, again, that didn't, that they didn't feel that was there a little space that said, what is your content area, or what would you like to see? Was there a place that they could add that so that you know for next year?
Yeah, at the end of the feedback, we gave kind of an open-ended question where teachers could give some feedback in terms of what they'd like to see more. Overall, it's always about time. The biggest feedback we got is we maybe didn't like the time of this, but we got the same amount of feedback last year when they didn't like the time for that. So wasn't necessarily the exact. For the most part, that was the overwhelming feedback that we got. Maybe the time should be switched or changed.
The time, or like the time of the
the time of the actual, not the time of day, but the time of year when those 3 days might be locked in. And we're always going to have that, and we'll continue to look at that. But we didn't get a huge amount, but that was the biggest amount of feedback we got in terms of self-written in feedback. Not a lot towards the content, mostly positive when we did get it back. So we'll have to dig in and see further, and we'll, as content coordinators, we'll look back and we'll even do further surveys with our specific content areas to determine what do we need to do better.
With the 120 choices, I was just like, what didn't we cover? But if it's,
Yeah.
Did you do a survey before you planned the institute to see what teachers' needs were?
We followed up last year's institute with a survey and
Okay.
used that information as our launch point for this year's planning.
Okay, great. So it really represented teachers' needs.
Yeah,
Plus, we worked with principals to get that information also to see what principals wanted.
Wanted.
Yes. And then they tapped teachers in their buildings who they knew were doing good things to be some of our presenters.
So teachers were teaching teachers.
Yes.
Just as successful as students teaching students, cooperative learning. Great. That was wonderful concept. Karen?
more question. Are those slivers getting smaller of the negative? Okay, so they're feeling that they're being listened to, and then they are provided with those options, and then they can, okay.
We had people who specifically, I want to say there was probably close to a dozen people from last year who said, thank you for listening to us last year and making changes to what you did this year.
Wonderful.
So we were excited about that.
Just curious, what time of year would they like this? Like in the middle of the year, like a break? I mean, the middle of the school year?
We didn't ask because there's some people who just, no matter when it is, they may not like it. But I have to say, as a leader of a department session and leading teachers, that I found the timing this year to be much nicer because teachers were ready for school to begin and they were more actively engaged in getting ready for those lessons at the beginning. Whereas last year when we had it in July, they were there, but they weren't as fully engaged.
Good point.
Yeah.
Very good point. Any other questions or comments? I just think it's outstanding. I remember a long time ago that we didn't do anything like that during the summer. So our professional development is second to none. It is just phenomenal that our teachers are so well prepared to teach. Thank you so much for doing that.
Welcome. Thank you.
Bye, Amy.
I'm leaving
Are you off, Amy? Amy's off. Okay. Next, we have Elementary Literacy and Math Institute update.
Right, so we bring the dynamic duo of Rose Palmer and Emily Reddy to the table, and they're going to also highlight the elementary institutes as well. Thank you for being here.
Welcome.
Excited to share some of the things that we did at the elementary level this year. As you heard the secondary, this is our third year of doing it. I think what has changed over the course of time, initially the first year math was off on its own, literacy was off on its own, and this year we combined us all together at West. And that allowed our teachers to be able to go to parts of the Literacy Institute as well as the Math Institute.
Great.
And we really worked at allowing teachers to have that choice as to where they needed to work with their professional development. The other part that I think is great, that both of us have a Google site that our teachers can go back to after the institute is done to be able to review any sessions that they went to, or if I didn't get to one because I was attending a different one, they could go and check out the presentations. Wow. So what we did at the Elementary Math Institute, the first Tuesday afternoon, we really went through lots of different pieces along the way. We highlighted for all of our math teachers some of the summer curriculum work that was created, some of the updates as well. We talked about our e-sale. We also really dug into the continuum. The continuums are something that we're really looking at implementing this year at the elementary level, so we wanted to give teachers some time to practice. So we pulled student math journals, problem-solving tasks, and teachers had an opportunity to look at the continuum and to dig into where the next steps would be in instruction, or what are students being able to do, and where would we take them next. After Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday then really dealt with teachers having choices as far as the math big rocks. These are the big rocks that we've had the last year and this year, so it's a continuation, so it's nothing new for our teachers. But if they wanted to look into more of the problem-solving tasks, how to use those in their classroom, if they wanted to look at discourse and writing about math, if they wanted to talk about small guided groups and conferring, or even technology usage, those options were available for them. So over the next 2 days then, teachers had the choice to go to 36 different math courses. Besides these 4 big rocks, there was also a section called Math Foundations. That was for our newest teachers. What are the things that we're doing to support our newest teachers as far as the standards, as far as resources go, as far as our workshop framework? They could dig into that. So what I did in the next several slides is to highlight some of the presentations that occurred during those different sections. So for problem solving, there was problem solving in action, tasks, using the CGI, using DOK to solve problems. All of these sessions were led by our effectiveness coaches as well as teachers. We wanted a mix of opportunities for our teachers. So the problem-solving tasks, the FOSNO units, are units that we're implementing in our classrooms. Those were led by effectiveness coaches, but we always had teachers a part of it so that they could share that teacher perspective. This is what I've done in my classroom. This is how we're using it. I really think there's a power when we let teachers run some of these sessions because teachers like to hear from other teachers, as you heard in the Secondary Institute. We talked about discourse and writing. We know that it's important for our students to talk math, to write about math. So here are just some of the sessions that teachers could select from in this main focus area for math. Small guided groups and conferring, you can see there were lots of different possibilities. I think the part of the Institute that was really exciting this year is that there were so many possibilities for our teachers. They could really look at what they wanted to work on regarding their building school improvement plan or even their own personal improvement plan. And so they could make their schedule fit where they were at. Here you can see technology usage, the integration. We had reps come in from Dreambox and 10 Marks so that they could actually share their knowledge, as well as teachers sharing information about how they use their technology resources within their math classroom. What are those iPad apps that they're using? Or what are other resources that teachers can use to improve their math instruction? I think what's really great with the technology usage is that it really helped to infuse that the iPad's not something extra, but how does it support the math instruction? It's not an add-on, it's a way to increase our student productivity. And so that technology piece was there. In addition to that, we had those math foundations. Like I said, the foundation courses were ones that covered best practices, covered a growth mindset, things that were important for all students and for all teachers to have some base knowledge in. If they wanted to increase their knowledge about fractions, they could join the Fraction Frenzy. We talk about goal setting and reflection for our students, so that was another session. Again, all of these sessions were taught by the effectiveness coaches and with teachers. In addition to this, we also had a session on Thursday called an open forum for our math teachers to attend. And that allowed them, if they went to a session on Wednesday and they wanted to dig in some more, they had some open space where there were coaches in there to talk about whatever they wanted to focus on, but they could write that part. So we had some teachers show up to that open forum where they wanted to meet with somebody across town. I'm a kindergarten teacher, and they had set up ahead of time because at the elementary level, our teachers signed up way back at the end of the school year. And it was interesting because I had people across town saying, I want to meet with you. Can we set up this open forum time? And so we could provide the support and they could write what, in a sense, what they wanted to work on or what they felt their needs were, and we could meet those needs in that way. Again, all of our sessions focused around our big rocks in math to continue to provide that professional development and tried to look at different levels of implementation. So I'm just starting, or I've used this for a few years, now I want to dig in at a higher level. And so we tried to provide those opportunities for our math teachers.
All right, so to switch over to literacy, like Rose said, we have teachers who teach both literacy and math, and in the past we've been in different locations, and those people had to make a choice of which they were going to dig into. So it was really important to us this year that we were in the same location, that we coordinated our schedules, so that teachers were really able to go back and forth between both literacy and math to participate. In the past for the Literacy Institute, because of our partnership with the University of Arkansas at Little Rock, we've had presenters from Arkansas come in to run our institute. This was the first year where we have developed the capacity in-house that all of our sessions were run by coaches and teachers, which was really exciting to see that whole process come to fruition. And it also allowed us to give a lot more choice, as we've been talking about, to our teachers, because we have teachers who've been with us since our initial implementation 3 years ago, and teachers who were hired the day before the Institute started. Wow. And we really needed to meet that range. And so effectiveness coaches and our model classroom teachers really stepped up to facilitate these sessions. We, instead of having an open forum, built our sessions to be a little longer because that application time is always what we hear. We do this great learning, and then we need that time to process and create. And so we planned our sessions. They were half-day sessions, so you could do some learning, some collaborating, and then right there dig into your first unit of study. And it went really, really well for us. That first afternoon, we had grade level teams, so K1 teachers 2, 3, and 4, 5 worked together to really look at what is our framework, what are all of the new resources that were created over the summer, because we had some fantastic teacher teams really create a lot of curriculum and support resources, and we really wanted teachers to know where it was and how to use it. eSale is a process we use to really talk about literate classroom environments, and we really wanted teachers to dig into what that looks like and really reflect on, does my classroom environment look like this? What could it look like? And then also the continuums. Rose and I were here last year to show you our continuums. We fully implemented the reading and math continuums this year with teachers, and so just like math, we wanted teachers to collaborate and calibrate around that and look at student work examples. Where would you put them on the continuum? What would their next steps be? So that was the first afternoon. And then the next 2 days were arranged all around our big rocks. Our big rocks and big focus is the same as last year in terms of language workshop and thoughtful logs, intentional small group instruction, and conferring with students. Buildings reading goals are aligned to these as well, and so we wanted to offer a variety of sessions that would meet both school needs and personal needs wherever teachers were. We had sessions specifically for dual language teachers so that they were able to connect with other dual language teachers and hear about curriculum pieces that are specific to the dual language program. So around language workshop and thoughtful logs, we had everything from introduction to language workshop to digging deeper into the phases to how you might integrate arts. We had a team from Summit View that shared the ways that they've been using language workshop as a jumping off point for arts integration. Inquiry and language workshop was led by a team from Hawthorne and Randall STEM to show how they've used language workshop as a jumping off point for inquiry. And everything in between. So there was a lot of options. The main thing that we heard from teachers was we want to attend more sessions than there's time for. And very rarely do we hear people saying, like, make our professional development longer. And then around intentional small groups, we had introduction to guided reading, digging deeper into guided reading to really grow that practice. That was mainly focused for kindergarten through second grade teachers. Intentional small group instruction for intermediate, we had literature discussion groups, both beginner and digging deeper into that. And one thing I should mention too, along with intentional small group instruction, this was the first year that we were able to offer a intervention strand specifically for building interventionists and special education teachers, and those sessions were so highly coveted that we had to put a cap on that at about 70 people. So we had exciting problems through this process of really knowing what people are interested in, and particularly interventionists and special ed teachers were really excited to get intentional reading instruction based on the things that they're seeing in their classrooms. And then conferring and reading and writing, again, options for meeting with readers and writers. And so overall, I think kind of a theme I'm hearing amongst all the institutes is we really worked hard to showcase the expertise that we have within our district and to give teachers choice so that we could meet them where they were and that they could reflect. We had coaches and principals working closely with teachers in June when they were selecting classes, so they would have some support in if they wanted feedback on what do you think might connect with goal areas for me.
Jody.
Emily, thanks for bringing that up. I just want to kind of recap to Emily's point with both presentations and refer you to the honeycomb. You know, as we continue as a district, one of our goals is to continue to scale at large our personalized learning elements across the district, right? We have tons of pockets of excellence, and we want to scale this at capacity across all 23 sites. And so what I heard in both presentations and what was modeled for our adult learners, the top 5 I kind of chose in just looking at that were, number 1, our educators were co-designers of learning. Learner voice was infused. They set personal learning goals. The 4th one we tapped into was the learner choice incorporated. And then the 5th one just highlighted explicitly was the educator collaboration. So I'm just really extremely proud of the collaborative culture of excellence around professional learning that we've built in this district. So
Thank you for saying that, Jody, that there's such truth in that. Wow. Don't teachers that come out of colleges, beginning teachers, come with any of these skills?
They definitely come with a skill set, but usually, like, in terms of literacy, they've had a reading methods course. And so to toss them into teaching reading with a semester of reading classes and then whatever their student teaching experience was, they come with a base, and then we really need to tap
Yes.
into that and build them up in the expertise that is required to really move kids forward in literacy and math.
I can see that they need to have some support in the specific things that we want to have covered and done in our classrooms. It's wonderful that we offer that opportunity, but I didn't think they came from college with the background and what you are giving during that institute. Wow. Karen.
Thank you. What's the difference between guided reading and reader's workshop?
Oh.
Guided reading happens during readers' workshops. So guided reading happens with the classroom teacher, and that is usually in kindergarten through 2nd grade, where kids are moving through leveled text. And so the teacher has the book chosen. All the kids in the group are reading a book at the same level based on whatever level they are at.
But a different book.
Yep. And
But
so
a
it's
different book. Each student reads a different book, right?
not in guided reading.
Not in guided
well,
reading, okay.
each group would read a different
Yes,
book, but the
yes.
kids, the kids who are in that same group would be reading the same book, and that's really the direct instruction piece that happens based on the needs of each individual group.
The teacher chooses the book in that one. The child chooses the books in reader's workshop?
In independent reading, yep.
For independent reading.
Okay, and then, thank you. And then, I don't know if you know this, but how much did it save us not to bring Arkansas in to facilitate teaching these sessions? And do we offer this as a stipend to our own teachers? Like, let's say we save 10 grand. Can we give whatever it would be? I don't know if you taught 120. How many sessions of reading and math did you guys teach?
I did 5.
I mean, not just you.
Yeah, 5 would have been the most that you could teach for literacy.
I was
the way
gonna
we had it
say,
set up.
And for math, we had 2 sessions to every one of literacy. So there were 16 sessions altogether that you could have, that we facilitated each day. Now, most of the teachers, if they were facilitating, we had them run it twice. So they did it maybe Wednesday morning and Thursday afternoon. So again, that teachers had the option to attend in different places. I think most of our effectiveness coaches probably taught at least 8 to 10 sessions.
Wow.
And are we giving them anything for that?
The Institute was part of their contract days in actuality, so as we continue to build the culture of professional learning and collaboration, it was, in essence, an expected professional responsibility around their contract to be here. In essence, if we were to start paying these people, it would work counter to their contract day, and it would work counter to the collaborative culture we're trying to build. There are other creative ways that, to the point of $10,000 saving University of Arkansas to come
That's
in.
right.
We could push that back into maximizing our professional learning on a more broader scale.
So is it an expectation of being a teacher in school district of Waukesha?
Correct. That's the way the calendar's set up, and we're
Yes.
currently working on the calendar for next school year.
Great.
The same way.
Great. Great. Any questions or comments? Well, that certainly covered a lot of things. How many teachers participated, did you say?
In the elementary institute,
Yeah.
we had about 350.
Wow.
And There's not here.
They left.
600.
They had more.
They had 600, wow. And we have 1,000 teachers, or a little more than 1,000 teachers in the district? Wow, you covered almost everyone. That is outstanding. And teachers coming during the summer. But as Jody pointed out, it's getting near to the beginning of the school year, and come August, you start thinking about, what am I going to do this year? Start thinking about the beginning of the school year. Thank you. This is just outstanding how we help our teachers to be successful. Thank you very much. Wow. Okay, we have one more item left, and Jody, would you like to address that? The Meadowbrook Comprehensive Literacy Model.
Sure. So a couple things I want to make mention as Meadowbrook comes up, just for the board's recognition. Roman numerals 8 shows discussion items. And item A says student achievement update. And I want to make the board aware and the community aware that every teaching and learning committee meeting from here on out will have a student achievement update listed. And then the item numbers under there will rotate. So that will be a consistent update from our committee, as the board obviously is interested in hearing the student achievement updates. So with that said, I just want to make mention of two things, and then I'll let our phenomenal leaders take over. But we have Jessica Wagner with us, who's the awesome principal at Meadowbrook, and she's going to introduce her teachers for sure. But I also want to say who's up here from the bookends of the leadership here, and Sharon Thiede, and just want to remind the board of our SAIL framework process. So as Meadowbrook is going to really highlight some outstanding things that they're doing with their comprehensive literacy model, they're in year 3, and they're able to see some student achievement gains upon which they'll talk about. At Meadowbrook and all our schools, we're using the SAIL improvement process as a foundational framework and impetus to help guide the work forward. So Sharon Thiede is one of the directors who directly oversees Meadowbrook and is working in collaboration with this team. So as you see Sharon, you can also think of Meadowbrook. So I wanted to have you have that connection. And then Jessica will introduce everybody else, and we'll hear some great highlights to end the evening. So thank you so much for staying so late and for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Good
Welcome.
evening. So, as Jody mentioned, this is the second time you've heard the SAIL framework. So again, this is a framework of leadership and goal setting, and I support as a coach Meadowbrook amongst 2 other schools. So we're highlighting them tonight, and tonight we'll show how the SAIL framework and planning really fits into schools setting goals and making gains and achievements. So through this presentation and discussion, they'll highlight some of their achievements they've made, and then they'll show you their overall if-then statements, so really showing their theory of action and how that builds into success they've already had as they've been planning as a school, and then now how they're honing it in and moving forward. So I'm going to actually pass it to Jessica so she can introduce her team, and they're going to take it from here.
Sounds good. Well, first of all, thank you for having us tonight. We're very proud of the literacy achievement gains that are a direct result of the CLM implementation. And of course, I have a wonderful staff here to share some of those strategies with you tonight. As you heard, we're in the third year of our CLM implementation. And as a result of intentional teaching, intensive coaching, collaborative planning, and individual learning plans, we have seen some great success stories. And so Melissa Moore tonight, our literacy effectiveness coach, is going to talk to you about specific intensive professional development that we put into place last school year, as well as some of her coaching practices. And Lisa Bruce tonight is a grade 4 teacher, and she is going to talk about specific strategies that she's embedded into regular practice. And I have to say with all confidence that in grade 4 last year, Lisa's students, over 90% of them met college and career readiness by the end of the school year. So that's tremendous growth. Yes. And as we continue to close the achievement gap for all of our students, including those who fall within our subgroup populations, the SAIL process has determined a focus for us. And Erica Mauer-Sickler, who is a grade 2 teacher, is going to be sharing how the emphasis of those 2 vital foci are going to move the needle forward on achievement. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we've seen those tremendous gains. And so, to turn your attention to the screen, we came with a building student learning outcome last school year, that we set out to achieve by spring of 2016. We said that 18 out of 25 students in our targeted subgroup will meet or exceed their individual growth goal in the MAP reading assessment. And so how we determined our subgroup was simple. We looked at MAP results for students falling below the 25th percentile. Those students included students with special needs. And so we put the number on that, and by the end of the year, 20 out of 25 students met or exceeded their individual growth goal. So that was 80%. So we really, we set a rigorous goal, but we went far beyond what we set out to do. And then our literacy SMART goal, based on the MAP assessment, we were going to increase the percentage of students grades 1 through 5 meeting the college and career readiness indicator score by 5%. And that was from 61% to 66%. By the end of the year, we made a 10% gain, so 71% of our students met CCR, despite those increasing scores and the rigor of the Common Core. And so one of the things that I mentioned that we embedded last year into regular practice with our students who were in that subgroup population, we created individual learning plans. And so I wanted to share with you, and it's going to be very small print, but just kind of scroll through what an individual learning plan is. And so you've heard the words personalization and personalized learning. And so we started to dive into that last year as a school. And so we came up with a template with our school improvement team where we wanted to take our targeted students and make sure that we set about a learning outcome for them to meet by the end of the school year. And so we had baseline data for those students, and then you can see that we established some action steps. Those action steps were co-created, co-constructed between teacher and student. And so the teacher firsthand got to realize what how the students got to learn best or desired to learn best, and then how can I make that come to life in the classroom. So in addition to that, we asked the teacher, what supports are you going to put into place? What ownership are you going to take on to ensure the success of this particular student? What feedback are you going to offer the student along the way? What other data measures are we going to look at? And perhaps the most important thing was the reflection piece. And so we asked students at the end of each trimester to reflect on their gains. And we also asked the teachers to reflect on the student gains. So they dialogued together to talk about the progress, and if we needed to make some changes along the way, we were responsive. And so I think the ILPs in general provided students with the ownership and responsibility for learning,
They set goals, they set the action steps, and of course, they reflected along the way. And I think in a similar way, the ILPs provided directions to the teachers, wherein they were able to sense that urgency and be responsive. And so due to the success that we saw last school year, we're going to tweak the learning plan for our students this year in our subgroup. So with that being said, I'm going to pass the mic to Melissa Moore.
So a few quick highlights or changes that we made in our professional development and coaching last year. The first thing that was huge was for both literacy and math, we implemented a 2-hour flexible PD once a month for both math and literacy. And what that entailed is we were creative in our scheduling, intentional in fidelity to instruction, and how instead of bringing subs in this year, we were able to group up buddy classes, and kids were still learning every minute of the day while teachers were also learning within those 2 hours. The real purpose of that 2-hour PD time was to support intentional planning, working around making thinking visible, data analysis. The big piece, I think, for our literacy staff specifically was that time built in for collaboration and collectively assessing student work and next steps, specifically around, for each unit, we have a pre and a post assessment. It's called our thoughtful log audit. So we were able to collaborate around what does proficient look like and really go through those student work samples. PD topics were responsive based off teacher feedback as well as need. And ultimately, at the end, or towards the middle of the year, based on teacher feedback, we decided to increase that 2-hour PD once a month to a 3-hour PD once a month to allow for additional application and collaboration time.
That was during the school day?
Correct.
By the creative ways that you've set up?
Correct.
Wow.
In terms of coaching and feedback, it was really, I would say, more laser-like in terms of really focusing around the language workshop and intentional planning, and how are we linking that in language workshop to readers and writers workshop and making it purposeful, as well as really looking at the level of student discussion with that language workshop piece. Another couple of highlights were all literacy teachers voluntarily attended our awesome literacy chair back here, Emily Reddy, with some coaches, organized literacy collaboration nights once a month, and every one of our literacy teachers at least attended once. Many of them attended multiple months in a row to build those collaboration partnerships with other schools, specifically with Rose Glen, our partnership school, which is awesome, especially as a coach going back and forth between two of those buildings, kind of bridging the communities as well as the grade levels and the awesomeness of both buildings. One other quick one is we had our first, since I've been there, a book study around Jennifer Saravello's Reading Strategies book. 9 teachers voluntarily participated in that once to twice a month throughout the whole year, implementing strategies, taking them back and sharing them with their colleagues. And it was awesome just to make our own thinking and anchor charts and work visible as well. These are just a few of the highlights that I think are exciting to celebrate from our work last year. And with that, I would like to introduce Lisa Bruce, who will share a few highlights from her 4th grade classroom with you.
Thanks, Melissa. The language workshop model, I feel, because it intentionally integrates all of the Common Core standards at different phases, I think that has been key in just the progress my students have made. And what's wonderful is I get to model the language necessary to analyze a text, to read it closely, and also the fluency, as well as through my scaffolding with my questioning, I can help each child build background knowledge and also, more importantly, transfer these insights to future independent reading that they do in Reader's Workshop, as well as during our guided reading text. This systematic approach to literacy engages my students, it challenges them, and as I mentioned before, it helps with that transfer of reading and writing skills independently. The effectiveness coaches like Melissa, and also that collaboration with my colleagues above grade level, at below grade level, and with my special ed colleagues, it helps to support us all so we can meet the needs of all of our students, and also to reflect on our professional progress that we're making using this model. Another ownership part that I really enjoyed, and it was because of the continuum, was reflecting with the children and conferring with them and goal setting. With the iPads, we could use an opportunity with an app for the children to listen to their running record. They could be active reflectors in looking at what was working for them with their fluency. And also with the continuum, we could set goals together, what their next steps were. And more importantly, with that continuum, it also helps parents to see the next steps in a communication format. The individual learning plans that Jessica alluded to, I thought they were very instrumental in mapping out for the year and being responsive and communicative with both parents and the students involved. And it also helped to support the children who had IEPs, the ILPs, that helped to also progress monitor with those students. And we can't forget also what we have available to us as teachers with BB9. Thanks to Emily and Melissa and other effectiveness coaches, we have that fidelity where teachers can go to BB9, they can look at the planning guides, reflect on them. If they make changes, they can make sure that that fidelity is there and that consistency with the BB9 features. Along with that, too, as well, I really welcomed the opportunity to collaborate with other professionals. I worked with someone after school, Lynn Conley at Rose Glen, and that was wonderful to plan. But we had a common place to go to on BB9. We could plan together other literacy lessons. So now, no longer are our subjects in a silo in implementation. Instead, reading, writing, word study is integrated, and it's embedded in a mentor text that students can emulate, not only in looking at the features literacy-wise, but also through writing. We can coach those students. We're using the same language. And also, for their continuum goals, they can make those applications as well as the small tailored instructional groups. I'm now going to have Erica Mauer-Sickler discuss with you and highlight our SAIL, our School Administrators Institute for Transformational Leadership Initiatives. Our leadership team launched this fall that will show how we're going to continue the growth for all Meadowbrook students.
So we began our SAIL meetings, our SAIL process, prior to knowing the success that we had with our Building Slow and SMART goals. But we did know when we started meeting as a SAIL team that we wanted to continue making growth and closing the gap and moving students towards achievement. It was important as a SAIL team that we had the voice of not just the teachers that were part of the SAIL team, but our entire staff. And so something that we talked to our staff about was, what priorities do we have as a building to continue moving ourselves forward and our students forward? The SAIL process allowed our team and our building to reflect and have some difficult conversations surrounding our current practices and our data. And it was important for the SAIL team to reflect on what our staff developed or came up with as their priority areas, and also look at our equity data, looking at our subgroup populations and data trends over the last 3 years to develop our theory of action. It was essential that we focused on student outcomes in literacy and math. We wanted to focus on students' individual growth, as many teachers focus on individual growth in the classroom. And so I'd like to direct your attention to the screen to look at our theory of action that we came up with. So we said, if our instructional team members, administrators, coaches, teachers, instructional assistants effectively analyze data and use the results to intentionally plan instruction, then student achievement will increase in math and literacy. Students will meet their individual growth goals on MAP. And to do this, if teachers intentionally plan or intentionally analyze and use data through a systematic PLC structure, then differentiated instruction will be focused on meeting the needs of all students. And if regular and special education teachers collaborate and define instructional responsibilities to teach students with IEPs, then students with IEPs will receive high-quality instruction. And so because of our two big rocks that we selected, the special education collaboration and our PLC structure, we'll be able to service all students and support academic growth. It will allow for our teachers to be more accountable also. We will deliberately plan our instruction for these students and be responsive to all student needs in our classroom. And so obviously this is a collaborative effort, something we're extremely proud of, and we couldn't do it without the partnership of our wonderful families and our students and these incredibly professional teachers, and of course the coaching help of Sharon Thede. So we are looking forward to a remarkable year, and hopefully we'll be back sometime in the future to tell you more about our success.
Well, you've got a lot to be proud of. I'd like to ask a question. When new teachers are hired and come into the district, they are not trained in Reader's Workshop, are they? Don't we have to provide training for them to use Reader's Workshop as a form of instruction?
I would say that kind of goes back to how Emily answered before about they do come out with a skill set and may have some background.
Basic skills, okay.
Basic skills in it, but definitely in theory, that's part of any new teacher coming in the district. They are coached specifically around that Reader's Workshop and that framework and developing that.
Great. Okay, great. Mr. Baumgart.
Very interesting.
Very.
There's a word that works their way through this, and Jessica just stole my thunder, and it's collaboration. But anyway, I hear lots of collaboration internally here, teacher to teacher and coaches and so on. And and there was also mention of, I forgot which one, I apologize, I think it might have been you, that talked about your connection with Rose Glen. Okay, thank you. It reminded me of one of the things that we as a board have had concerns about over the years, and that's more uniformity from school to school to school, because we have a need to have all of the schools progressing. And the concept of talking with somebody at Rose Glen is very positive. And I guess my question is probably of Melissa and Emily back there. What are we doing to take this kind of energy and this kind of success rate and moving it to the other, whatever we got left, 15 elementary schools or something? Where does that sit? I don't know who can answer the question. And Jody, if it's your fault.
I'll go for it. I think part of our district improvement process, as a district leadership team, we're charged with the progress monitoring of all our sites, right? And so the school improvement foundation that we've set up with the SAIL process will allow us to monitor not only the collaboration, but quite honestly, the student achievement outcomes. And so you cannot escape from that accountability, which is a high accountability for all our teachers and our principals. But to your point, Bill, the support structures that we have in place and the collaborative efforts from an educator's perspective, I hope they would feel that they're not alone in this and that together, we can do great things for kids.
Okay, thank you. It's something to watch. Great.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Well, I'm proud of what's going on at Meadowbrook. Proud of you. And I guess I would like to say, Lisa, I'm sure your students are engaged all the time. You have an incessant smile, and who wouldn't be engaged when a teacher shows her happiness and her joy with teaching. So you've got some wonderful teachers there. Each one of you are making a unique contribution to the education of your students. And yes, things like you're doing at Meadowbrook, I know are going on in other schools, because that's the way our district provides support and curriculum in literacy. So we're doing a great job. Over the years, have we seen that using the Reader's Workshop model, do we believe that this is a better way of teaching literacy than we did before? And if so, tell me why.
I think something we were talking about it actually right before the meeting, that the language workshop has really helped us as teachers be more intentional in our teaching. And the students are excited about it. And like Lisa was saying, they don't see everything as a separate silo, that they're noticing that the books that are written, they're written by authors. And these are people who are writers, and they can implement these same strategies in their writing. That the author sets up a purpose for them to read these books, and they can see that in their reading. And then the language workshop just helps to build that vocabulary and to discuss and talk about these books in a way that I know I hadn't taught before CLM was introduced.
Well, in the old way of teaching reading, there always was, introduction of vocabulary.
Yes.
But it was a set vocabulary.
Yes,
Now
and I
it's
don't think it was,
as
it
broad.
didn't cover.
Uh-huh,
as
right.
much.
Okay, very good.
And I think it's important to note again how everything is embedded and it's more meaningful in that regard. And by constantly always using the language of mood or tone or theme, but the children, as I'm coaching them during their conferring time, I can refer to this mentor text, and then they can look at those same types of literacy elements and apply it to their individual reading for
Sure.
Reader's Workshop and also the
Sure.
guided. But it's integrated. It's no longer, as I said, in separate silos, and
As it
they're
was.
making the connections. I do not have to make them for them. And we've empowered the teachers as well by creating these planners, the experts and professionals that they are, that they can be mindful of the questioning and scaffolding that's necessary to bring each child to that realization of those phases and those common core standards.
Right. I'd like to ask Erica how we include skills, teaching of skills in this concept of Reader's Workshop.
So I think that's where when we're in our small groups during guided reading, a lot of that
Okay.
skill set comes in, or during our, I teach second grade, so right now we're doing a lot of the skills and strategies right in the beginning of the year. And for those students who need it continually throughout the year, we're doing that during our guided reading time.
What are some of the skills that you teach in second grade? It's been a while
well,
since I've been in second
Right
grade.
now, we're doing a lot of like decoding words. When you come to an unknown word, what do you do? We work with a lot with fluency, expression. So hitting those foundational things, so then when they get to the upper intermediate grades, they can really work on, not that we're not working on analyzing the text in second grade, but they can focus a lot more on that than hitting those kind of foundational strategies.
How do we teach them to decode?
Well, I have a lot of picture cues that I use for the students, but there's different strategies that they use and to help them in their reading.
Okay, thank you. Jessica, you've a lot to be proud of. Does every school have a coach?
A coach
A literacy
for a
coach.
literacy coach, yes.
Every school has a literacy coach. Okay, very good. Wonderful. Well, congratulations on a phenomenal job of teaching reading, and we'll be especially looking at your data this year.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for being here. Well, that brings us to the end of our meeting. Thank everybody for your participation tonight and your preparation for our meeting tonight. It was another very successful meeting with some very, very successful people. So thank you, everyone, for your participation. Meeting is adjourned.
We don't have 13 coaches.
Not bad. 2 hours.